Picture this. Somewhere on our planet right now, a person is stepping from yesterday into tomorrow with a single footstep. In another corner of the world, an entire country exists without a single river flowing through it. There's a town where people live inside a crater left by a cosmic visitor from 4 million years ago. And every decade, one of Earth's driest places transforms into a carpet of flowers that seems to come from another world entirely. These aren't fairy tales. They're real places on our Earth, hiding in plain sight, waiting to challenge everything you thought you knew about our planet. Before we begin this journey, hit that like button if you're ready to see the world differently, and subscribe for more hidden wonders delivered to your doorstep. And here's something I'm genuinely curious about. Drop a comment telling me about the most mysterious place you've ever been, or one that's on your bucket list. We'd love to hear more about your stories. Now close your eyes if you'd like, let your mind settle, and prepare to discover how our planet bends time itself. Let me tell you about a secret that map makers have kept hidden in plain sight for over a century. There's a place on Earth where you can step from Monday into Tuesday, where yesterday and tomorrow exist just a few miles apart, where time itself bends to the will of an invisible line drawn across the Pacific Ocean. You're floating now above the vast blue expanse of the Pacific, the largest ocean on our planet. Below you, scattered like pearls across silk, lie 33 tiny coral atolls that make up the Republic of Kiribati. But these aren't ordinary islands. These islands have done something extraordinary. They've captured time itself. Here's what makes Kiribati impossible. It spans both the equator and the 180th meridian. Yet the international date line swings far to the east to accommodate this tiny nation. Imagine drawing a line on a map that should run straight, but instead curves dramatically eastward, just to embrace these remote atolls. Why would the entire world agree to bend time for 110,000 people living on some of the most isolated islands on Earth? The answer lies in 1994. When something remarkable happened. The president of Kiribati made a decision that would literally reshape time across the Pacific. Prior to 1994, the eastern and western island groups were on either side of the international date line with a 23-hour time difference between them. Imagine living in a country where it was Monday on one island and Tuesday on another, where families separated by just a few hundred miles lived nearly a full day apart in time. Close your eyes and imagine you're standing on one of Kiribati's coral beaches. The sand beneath your feet is made of countless tiny shells, ground smooth by centuries of waves. Palm trees lean toward the lagoon, their fronds whispering secrets in a language older than human memory. The water is so clear, you can see tropical fish darting between coral formations 30 feet below. But here's the magic. You're standing at the edge of time itself. UTC plus 14 is the most advanced time zone in the world, making Kiribati one of the first countries to celebrate a new year. When the clock strikes midnight here, you're witnessing tomorrow's birth before almost anywhere else on Earth. Let me tell you about Teara, a fisherman I imagine casting his nets in the pre-dawn darkness of Kiritimati Island. As the sun rises over the Pacific, painting the sky in shades of coral and gold, Teara knows something the rest of the world doesn't. He's living in tomorrow. While his cousin in Hawaii sleeps in yesterday, Teara is already living the next day, catching fish that swim in tomorrow's ocean. The local fishermen have a saying, "We catch tomorrow's fish with yesterday's nets." It sounds like poetry, but it's literally true. When they pull in their nets at dawn, they're hauling up fish that exist in a time zone that won't reach most of the world for hours. But there's an even deeper mystery here. Some of these islands have secrets that stretch back millions of years. The coral atolls of Kiribati sit atop ancient volcanic peaks that have long since sunk beneath the waves. You're not just standing on an island. You're standing on the crown of a mountain that fell asleep beneath the sea eons ago, with coral slowly building a new world on its shoulders. The Kiribati people have a word, Tekainga, which means the land. But it's more than just land. It's the idea that the land and sea and sky are all connected, all part of one living system. When you understand this, you realize that Kiribati didn't just bend time for convenience. They bent time to keep their world whole, to ensure that all their islands could exist in the same day, the same moment, the same breath. Here's the payoff that will change how you think about time forever. At the equinoxes, the first place to see daylight would be the uninhabited Millennium Island in Kiribati, which is the easternmost land located west of the IDL. Every day, as Earth turns, this tiny speck of coral in the vast Pacific becomes the first solid ground to feel the sun's warmth. Every sunrise begins here. Every new day is born in this remote corner of the ocean. Time isn't just a number on a clock. It's a river that flows differently in different places. And in Kiribati, that river has learned to bend. Imagine a country larger than Mexico, stretching across an area bigger than the entire state of Alaska, where not a single river flows from mountain to sea. Saudi Arabia has no permanent rivers within its border. It is one of the 17 countries in the world without rivers. But here's the mystery that will make you rethink everything you know about water. In a land with no rivers, flash floods can appear like magic, turning the desert into a raging torrent in minutes. You're walking now across the endless dunes of the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. The sand beneath your feet tells stories written in wind and time. Each grain has traveled thousands of miles, carrying memories of mountains ground to dust, of ancient seas that dried up millions of years ago. The silence here is so complete, you can hear your own heartbeat. But look closer at the landscape. See those dry valleys cutting through the sand like ancient scars. Saudi Arabia does not have any permanent rivers, but does have numerous wadis, valleys, which are riverbeds that are either permanently or intermittently dry. These are the wadis, Arabia's ghost rivers. Let me tell you about Ahmed, a Bedouin guide who knows these wadis like old friends. His grandfather taught him to read the desert's moods, to see the signs that most travelers miss. The wadi sleeps, Ahmed would say, pointing to a dry riverbed, but it dreams of rain. These wadis are more than empty valleys. They're sleeping giants, ancient waterways that carved their channels when this desert was green, when rivers flowed and lakes sparkled under Arabian skies. Saudi Arabia had deep water holes around the Al-Kaj and lakes at the Layla Aflaj up until the 1980s. They were fed by massive underground aquifers that were formed several millions of years ago. Picture this landscape as it was millions of years ago. Lush grasslands stretching to the horizon, rivers meandering through forests, lakes reflecting clouds in their still waters. The Arabia of the distant past was a Garden of Eden, a green paradise that slowly transformed into the desert we see today. But here's where the impossible happens. Sometimes the desert remembers. The floods resulted from a powerful storm, which brought heavy rains to the desert kingdom during the final days of the annual Hajj pilgrimage, when millions were visiting the region. Imagine you're standing in a wadi on an ordinary Tuesday. The sun beats down mercilessly, the sand burns through your shoes, and the air shimmers with heat. Then, somewhere far away, perhaps hundreds of miles in the mountains, clouds gather. Rain falls on distant peaks, and suddenly the desert awakens. Without warning, you hear it first, a rumble like distant thunder. Then you see it, a wall of water racing through the wadi, carrying everything in its path. As wadis are prone to flash floods after heavy rainfall, you shouldn't cross flooded wadis. It can lead to vehicles being swept away. In minutes, the bone-dry riverbed becomes a raging torrent. The Bedouins have a saying, "The wadi remembers its youth." When these flash floods come, they follow the exact same paths carved by rivers millions of years ago. The desert hasn't forgotten how to be a river. It's just been waiting for the right moment. But the real mystery lies beneath your feet. Deep under the Saudi Arabian desert lies one of the world's largest underground oceans. Fossil water trapped in aquifers for millions of years. This water fell as rain when dinosaurs walked the earth. It's older than human civilization, older than the pyramids, older than written history. Saudi families have a tradition of gathering around their wells at sunset, sharing stories as the desert cools. They speak of jinn, spirits that live in the deep wells, guardians of the ancient water. Maybe these aren't just stories. Maybe they're memories of a time when this water was young, when it flowed freely under Arabian skies. Here's something that sounds impossible but is absolutely real. Scattered throughout Saudi Arabia are hidden oases where date palms have grown for thousands of years, sustained by underground springs that tap into those ancient aquifers. The people who tend these oases are masters of water, knowing exactly how much they can take without disturbing the delicate balance that keeps their green islands alive in an ocean of sand. In Al Asa Oasis, farmers have been growing dates for over 5,000 years, using the same irrigation techniques their ancestors perfected. They've learned to listen to the water, to understand its moods and needs. They know that water in the desert isn't just about survival. It's about memory, about honoring the rivers that once flowed here. Here's the truth that changes everything. Saudi Arabia isn't a country without rivers. It's a country where rivers have learned to flow underground, where water writes its stories in hidden ink. The wadis aren't empty. They're full of possibility, waiting for the rare moments when the sky remembers how to cry. Every time you turn on a tap, remember the ancient waters sleeping beneath the Arabian sands, the fossil rivers that have been waiting millions of years for their moment to return to the light. There's a hill in Europe where you can have breakfast in the Netherlands, lunch in Belgium, and dinner in Germany without ever getting in a car. A place where you can stand with one foot in each of 3 different countries, where the simple act of taking a step can make you an international traveler. You're climbing now toward the Drielandenpunt, the highest point in the Netherlands at 322.7 meters above sea level. It's not exactly a mountain by world standards, more like a gentle green hill that rolls through the countryside like a sleeping giant. But this hill holds secrets that have shaped European history for centuries. The path winds through deciduous forests where beech trees stretch their ancient arms toward the sky. In spring, these woods explode with bluebells, creating a carpet of flowers that seems too beautiful to be real. The air smells of earth and growing things, of rain and new leaves. Birds call to each other in languages that don't need borders. At the summit, you find something remarkable. A simple concrete marker, about the size of a small table, with 3 flags fluttering in the European breeze. This modest monument marks the exact point where 3 nations meet. But here's the mysterious part. you can't actually see the borders. Stand here and you're simultaneously in Vals, Netherlands, Aachen, Germany, and Plombières, Belgium. Turn your head left and you're looking at German forest. Turn right and you're seeing Belgian farmland. Look straight ahead and Dutch windmills dot the horizon in the distance. Let me tell you about the medieval monks who once walked these hills. In the 12th century, when borders were fluid, things that shifted with wars and marriages and papal decrees, Benedictine monks from the Abbey of Rolduc crossed these invisible lines daily. They tended sheep that grazed in 3 countries, grew herbs in gardens that stretched across national boundaries, and prayed in a chapel where the morning sun rose over Germany and set over Belgium. The monks had a saying, "God made the earth whole, men made the lines." They understood something we're still learning today, that the natural world doesn't recognize the invisible boundaries we draw on our maps. But the Drielandenpunt is just the beginning of Europe's border mysteries. Not far from here lies one of the most confusing places on Earth, the towns of Baarle-Hertog and Baarle-Nassau. Imagine a town where the border between Belgium and the Netherlands doesn't run in a straight line, but instead creates a jigsaw puzzle of enclaves and exclaves. There are houses where the front door opens in Belgium, but the back door opens in the Netherlands. Restaurants where you might order your appetizer in one country and your main course in another. The border runs right through the middle of some buildings, marked by white crosses embedded in the pavement and walls. Local residents tell stories of children playing hide and seek across international borders, of couples getting married in Belgium and having their wedding reception in the Netherlands by simply walking to the other end of the same building. During World War II, people would literally step from occupied Belgium into neutral Netherlands to avoid Nazi patrols. Here's a mystery that sounds like a riddle. How do you deliver mail to a house that exists in 2 countries? The postal workers of Baarle have developed an elegant solution. They determine which country a house belongs to based on where the front door opens. If your front door opens in Belgium, you pay Belgian taxes and receive Belgian mail, even if your bedroom is technically in the Netherlands. But it gets more complicated. Some houses have multiple front doors. Some businesses deliberately built their entrances to straddle the border, creating a kind of international no man's land where customers can choose which country they want to shop in. Back at the Drielandenpunt, there's a cafe where you can sit at a table that spans 3 countries. Order a Dutch coffee, Belgian chocolate and German pastry, and eat them all without leaving your seat. The cafe owner, Frans, has lived here his entire life. He speaks Dutch with his morning customers, German with his afternoon visitors, and French with his evening guests. Frans tells a story about his grandmother, who during World War II would hide refugees in the cafe's basement. When Nazi soldiers came looking, she would simply move the refugees to the part of the basement that was technically in neutral territory. The borders that divide us, Frans says, can also protect us. The local children have developed their own way of understanding borders. They don't think in terms of countries, but in terms of colors. The Dutch side is green for the pine forests, the German side is brown for the dark earth, and the Belgian side is blue for the distant Meuse River. When they play games, they don't say, "Let's go to Germany." They say, "Let's go to the brown place." These children grow up truly European, switching effortlessly between languages, collecting coins from 3 different countries, and thinking of the entire region as their neighborhood. To them, the borders aren't barriers. They're just interesting lines that grown-ups drew on maps for reasons that seem increasingly mysterious. Here's what the Drielandenpunt teaches us. Borders are human inventions. but the land itself recognizes no such divisions. The same wind blows across all three countries, the same rain waters all three soils, and the same sun sets over all three horizons. Standing here, you realize that the earth beneath your feet is ancient and continuous, flowing from one nation to another without pause or recognition of the invisible lines we've drawn. In less than a minute, you can walk through 3 different legal systems, 3 different cultures, 3 different pieces of European history. But you're always standing on the same ground, breathing the same air, under the same endless sky. Imagine a lake that appears and disappears like magic, following a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. A body of water that can be a pristine lake in spring, a hay meadow in summer, and a skating rink in winter. This isn't a fairy tale. It's Lake Krknica in Slovenia, Europe's largest intermittent lake, where water plays an eternal game of hide and seek with the land. You're standing now in the Krknica Valley, surrounded by the rolling hills of Slovenia's Inner Carniola region. In front of you spreads what might be a lake, or might be a field. The mystery depends entirely on when you're visiting. The local farmers have learned to read the signs. When the swallows fly low, when certain flowers bloom, when the underground rivers whisper their secrets through hidden caves. This valley has been shape-shifting for millennia. Ancient Roman writers described it as a place where ships sailed over fields and farmers ploughed where fish once swam. They called it Lacus Lugius, the disappearing lake, and wrote poems about water spirits who came and went with the seasons. Here's the secret. Lake Krknica isn't really a lake at all. It's more like a giant bathtub connected to a complex network of underground caves and tunnels. The karst landscape beneath your feet is honeycombed with passages carved by water over millions of years. When spring rains and melting snow send water rushing through these hidden highways, the lake appears almost overnight. Picture this underground world, vast caverns where rivers flow in darkness, waterfalls that cascade through chambers no human eye has ever seen, lakes that exist in perpetual night deep beneath the Slovenian countryside. The water that fills Lake Krknica has traveled secret paths through this underground maze, emerging only when the hidden reservoirs overflow. Let me tell you about Matej, an old fisherman whose family has lived in the Krknica Valley for 7 generations. Matej doesn't own a boat. He owns a boat and a tractor. In spring, when the lake fills, he launches his wooden boat to catch pike and carp in waters that might be 15 feet deep. In summer, when the lake drains away, he hitches up his tractor and cuts hay in the same spot where he was fishing just months before. Matej's grandfather taught him to read the lake's moods. The lake breathes, the old man would say. Sometimes it holds its breath, and the water stays. Sometimes it sighs, and the water flows away. The fishermen of Krknica have developed a unique understanding of time. They measure seasons not by calendars, but by the presence or absence of water. When the lake is full, something magical happens in the village of Dolenje Jezero, which literally means lower lake. Houses that sit in dry fields for half the year suddenly find themselves on the waterfront. Children who walk to school across dry ground in autumn might need to take a boat to reach the same classroom in spring. The villagers have adapted in ingenious ways. Their houses are built on higher ground, but their barns and storage buildings occupy the flood zone. When the lake rises, these buildings become islands, connected by wooden walkways that the locals construct and dismantle with the changing seasons. There's an old woman named Anna who has lived through 90 cycles of the lake's appearance and disappearance. She remembers skating on the lake as a child in winter, picking flowers in the same spot during summer, and watching her own grandchildren repeat the cycle. The lake taught me that nothing is permanent, Anna says, but everything returns. The key to the lake's mystery lies in a place called Riscetto, literally, the sieve. This is where the magic happens, where the lake's water vanishes into the underground world. When water levels drop, you can actually watch the lake drain away through dozens of holes in the limestone bottom, like water disappearing down a giant drain. But here's the really mysterious part. Sometimes the Riscetto works in reverse. During extremely wet periods, water that has been flowing underground for months suddenly erupts from these same holes, filling the lake basin from below. Local legends speak of underground dragons that control the flow, breathing water in and out according to ancient rhythms only they understand. The farmers of Kirknica harvest some of the most unusual hay in Europe. Because the meadows are underwater for months at a time, the grass grows in soil enriched by lake sediments and decomposing aquatic plants. Cows that graze on this hay produce milk with a distinctive flavor that cheesemakers prize. The local saying goes, "Our cows eat grass that dreams of being seaweed." This underwater farming creates unique ecosystems. Plants that normally couldn't survive together flourish side by side. Aquatic species that can tolerate dry periods growing alongside terrestrial plants that can survive temporary flooding. It's like nature is conducting an experiment in adaptation and resilience. Thousands of migrating birds use Lake Kirknica as a navigation landmark, but only when it's there. Scientists have discovered that certain species of birds seem to know instinctively whether the lake will be present when they arrive. Cranes flying south in autumn can somehow sense whether the lake will be frozen for winter landing, while ducks returning in spring appear to predict whether they'll find open water or dry fields. This has led to one of the most beautiful sights in Slovenia. Birds arriving to find an empty basin and circling in confused formations above the dry grass, calling to each other as if asking, "Where did our lake go?" Here's what Lake Kirknica teaches us about the nature of reality. Not everything that appears solid and permanent actually is. The lake shows us that absence can be just as powerful as presence, that empty spaces hold their own kind of beauty and meaning. Every year, the people of Kirknica are reminded that the world is more fluid than we imagine, that the ground beneath our feet and the water we depend on are part of a larger, more mysterious system than we can see from the surface. Standing in the Kirknica Valley, whether you're looking at a lake or a meadow, you're witnessing one of nature's greatest magic tricks, the art of transformation, the beauty of impermanence, the poetry of water that knows when to stay and when to let go. $14.5 million years ago, a visitor from deep space crashed into what is now Bavaria, Germany. The asteroid, traveling at speeds that would make our fastest jet seem like crawling insects, slammed into the Earth with the force of 1.8 million Hiroshima bombs. It created a crater 15 miles across, throwing chunks of rock into space and forever changing the landscape. Today, 11,000 people call that crater home, living their daily lives inside a scar left by the cosmos itself. You're walking now through the medieval streets of Nördlingen, a town so perfectly preserved it looks like it stepped out of a fairy tale. Half-timbered houses lean toward each other across cobblestone streets. The Gothic spires of St. George's Church pierce the sky, and the massive town wall, one of only 3 completely intact medieval walls in Germany, encircles the old town like a protective embrace. But here's the secret that took scientists centuries to discover. Every stone in every wall, every building foundation, every cobblestone beneath your feet contains tiny diamonds created in the split second when the asteroid hit. The force of that cosmic impact was so intense, it transformed ordinary quartz into microscopic diamonds that sparkle in the very foundations of the town. The locals call the building stone Suevite, not knowing for centuries that they were constructing their homes from rock that had been to space and back. When the asteroid hit, it threw material high into the atmosphere. Some of it traveling so high it briefly left Earth's atmosphere entirely before falling back down to create this unique stone. Every church, every house, every garden wall in Nördlingen contains fragments of that ancient cosmic visitor. The townspeople have been literally living inside a piece of space history, walking on streets paved with stardust, sleeping in houses built from cosmic debris. Here's something that sounds like science fiction, but is absolutely true. NASA astronauts have trained in Nördlingen. The Apollo crews who walked on the moon came here to study impact craters, to understand the forces that shape planetary surfaces. Neil Armstrong himself walked these streets, examining the same rocks that the townspeople had been casually building with for centuries. The irony is perfect. While the people of Nördlingen went about their daily lives unaware they were living in a crater, astronauts traveled from around the world to study their hometown as preparation for exploring other worlds. Let me tell you about Klaus, a farmer whose family has worked the fields outside Nördlingen for 8 generations. For centuries, Klaus's ancestors cursed the strange glass beads they found while ploughing. Little green and brown spheres that dulled their tools and cluttered their fields. They called them devil's stones and threw them aside in frustration. Those devil's stones were actually moldavites, pieces of earth rock that were melted and thrown hundreds of miles by the asteroid impact, cooling into natural glass as they flew through the air. Today, collectors pay thousands of dollars for single specimens of what Klaus's ancestors considered worthless debris. Klaus still finds these cosmic gems in his fields. He keeps a jar of them on his kitchen windowsill, where they catch the morning light like drops of ancient green fire. His children use them as marbles, playing games with fragments of a cosmic catastrophe that predates human civilization by millions of years. St. George's Church holds one of the most beautiful mysteries in Nördlingen. The church was built in the 15th century, entirely from local Suevite stone. For over 500 years, the church bells have rung out across the crater, their bronze voices echoing off walls that contain microscopic diamonds formed in moments of unimaginable violence. The bell tower offers a perfect view of the crater's rim. From up there, you can see how the town sits in a perfect circle, surrounded by low ridges that mark the crater's edge. The medieval builders didn't know they were constructing their town in an impact site, but somehow they intuited the natural amphitheater shape, building their community in the sheltered bowl created by cosmic forces. The Nördlingen crater is more than just an impact site. It's a time capsule that preserves a moment from Earth's ancient past. Deep beneath the town, scientists have drilled core samples that reveal the exact sequence of events from that day 14.5 million years ago. The rock layers tell the story like pages in a book. The normal sedimentary rocks that existed before impact, then the chaotic jumble of shattered and melted material from the impact itself, then the slow return to normal sedimentation in the years that followed. In those core samples, scientists have found microscopic fossils of plants and animals that were vaporized instantly by the impact. Tiny beings whose last moment was preserved in glass and rock, their forms immortalized by the same cosmic collision that created the diamonds in Nördlingen's walls. Something remarkable happens in the soil around Nördlingen. The impact-shocked minerals create unique growing conditions that affect local plant life. Certain flowers grow larger here, their colors more intense. Local wine grapes develop distinctive flavors that vintners attribute to the unusual mineral content of the crater soil. The town's gardens are legendary throughout Bavaria. Roses bloom with unusual vigor, their petals seeming to capture and reflect light in ways that other roses don't. Local gardeners joke that their flowers are out of this world, not knowing how literally true that statement is. The town playground sits directly over the crater's center point, the exact spot where the asteroid hit. Children play on swings and slides installed above ground zero of one of the most significant events in this region's geological history. Their laughter echoes in the same space where millions of years ago, rock vaporized and diamonds formed in microseconds. The playground equipment is made from local materials, including Suevite stone benches where parents sit to watch their children play. Those parents are literally sitting on pieces of an ancient asteroid, while their children run and play above the point where Earth met its cosmic visitor all those eons ago. Here's the profound truth that Nördlingen teaches us. We are all living on a cosmic battlefield. Earth bears the scars of countless impacts, most of them invisible to our daily lives. But in Nördlingen, that cosmic history is immediate and tangible. Every step you take is on ground that remembers the moment when space and Earth collided. The townspeople of Nördlingen go about their daily lives, buying bread, walking to work, playing in the park, all while surrounded by evidence of forces so powerful they transform the very atoms of matter. They live in a place where the extraordinary has become ordinary, where cosmic violence has been transformed into human community. Standing in Nördlingen's market square, surrounded by buildings made from space-touch stone, you realize that the boundary between Earth and space, between terrestrial and cosmic, is far thinner than we imagine. We are all, in ways both literal and metaphorical, children of the stars, living our lives in the aftermath of cosmic events that continue to shape our world in ways we're only beginning to understand. Imagine witnessing the birth of an island, not the discovery of an existing island, but the actual moment when new land rises from the sea, when Earth adds a new page to its atlas right before your eyes. In 1963, off the coast of Iceland, fishermen watched in amazement as the ocean began to boil. Steam rose toward the sky, and gradually, impossibly, a new island was born. November 14th, 1963, started as an ordinary day for the crew of the Ísleifur 2, a fishing boat working the waters south of Iceland. Captain Gudmar Thomasson was checking his instruments when he noticed something impossible. His depth sounder showed the seafloor rising. In waters that should have been 400 feet deep, his sounder was reading 20 feet, then 10 feet, then nothing at all. Then the sea exploded. Picture this moment. Towering columns of superheated steam and ash erupting from the ocean, rising thousands of feet into the Arctic sky. The water around the eruption site boiled and hissed like a massive cauldron. Volcanic bombs, chunks of molten rock the size of cars, arced through the air and crashed back into the churning sea. The smell of sulfur filled the air as Earth's interior announced its intention to create something new. Within hours, what had been empty ocean became a growing mound of volcanic debris. The island that would be named Surtsey after Surtur, the Norse god of fire, was being born in real time, witnessed by fishermen, scientists, and eventually the entire world. Here's what makes Surtsey unique among all places on Earth. From the moment it emerged from the sea, it has been completely protected from human interference. The Icelandic government immediately declared it off-limits to everyone except a select group of scientists. No casual visitors, no tourism, no human settlement. Surtsey became the world's most exclusive natural laboratory, a place where life could colonize a brand new island without any human influence. The restrictions are so strict that scientists visiting the island must have their boots sterilized before and after landing to prevent introducing foreign seeds or organisms. Every piece of equipment brought to the island is carefully cleaned. Even the scientists' clothing is inspected for hitchhiking seeds or insects that might alter the island's natural evolution. What happened next reads like a scientific adventure story. Within months of Surtsey's emergence, the first life forms began to arrive. They came by air, by sea, and by accident, carried on ocean currents, blown by winds, or hitchhiking on the feathers and feet of visiting birds. The first colonist was a fly, spotted just 3 months after the island's birth. Scientists found it crawling across the black, still warm volcanic rock, perhaps the first living creature to call Surtsey home. Then came the bacteria, the fungi, the lichens, tiny pioneers that could survive on bare rock and slowly begin the ancient process of building soil from stone. Every seed that reaches Surtsey is part of a grand lottery of life. Seeds arrive as refugees from other lands, some blown across hundreds of miles of ocean, others carried in the digestive systems of seabirds, still others floating on ocean currents for weeks or months before washing ashore on Surtsey's black beaches. Most of these seeds find Surtsey too harsh, too young, too raw. They germinate briefly, then die in the volcanic soil that hasn't yet learned to nurture life. But some survive. The first flowering plant was sea rocket, a hardy species that can grow in sand and salt spray. It appeared in 1965, just 2 years after the island's birth, blooming bright yellow against the black volcanic landscape. By the 1990s, scientists had catalogued over 60 species of plants growing on Surtsey. Each one represents a small miracle of dispersal and survival, a successful gamble in nature's great game of chance. Seabirds were among Surtsey's earliest permanent residents, and their story reveals the island's constantly changing nature. The first birds to nest were fulmars, tough seabirds that can handle harsh conditions. They built their nest directly on the bare rock, laying their eggs in simple scrapes they carved into the volcanic surface. As soil slowly accumulated and plants began to grow, different bird species arrived. Guillemots found the cliff faces suitable for their colonies. Puffins discovered that the slowly forming soil was perfect for digging their burrow nests. Each species that colonized Surtsey changed the island in small ways, adding their droppings to fertilize the soil, bringing seeds from other lands, creating new microhabitats that other species could use. The birds of Surtsey hold daily parliaments, great gatherings where thousands of seabirds congregate on the island's cliffs and shores. Their calls echo across the black landscape like voices from another world, a living symphony playing above an island that didn't exist when their great-grandparents were young. Here's Surtsey's deepest mystery. The island is disappearing even as it continues to be born. Without the constant reinforcement of volcanic activity, the waves of the North Atlantic are slowly eroding Surtsey away. The island reached its maximum size in 1967, covering about 670 acres. Today, it's roughly half that size and continuing to shrink. Scientists estimate that without new volcanic activity, Surtsey might completely disappear beneath the waves within a few centuries. This makes it a temporary creation, an island with a built-in expiration date. Every plant that colonizes Surtsey, every bird that nests there, every scientific discovery made on its shores exists on borrowed time. Beneath Surtsey's surface, another kind of colonization is taking place. The island's interior is honeycomb with cooling lava tubes and air pockets where unique ecosystems are developing. These underground chambers remain warm from residual volcanic heat, creating tropical microclimates in the middle of the North Atlantic. In these hidden spaces, scientists have discovered bacteria and fungi that exist nowhere else on Earth. Life forms that evolved in the unique conditions created by cooling volcanic rock. These organisms might hold clues to how life could develop on other volcanic worlds, perhaps even on the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, where volcanic activity creates similar conditions. Surtsey functions as a natural time machine, showing us how islands are born and how life colonizes new land. Every process happening on Surtsey today happened millions of years ago on Iceland itself, on Hawaii, on countless volcanic islands throughout Earth's history. By studying Surtsey, scientists are watching evolution and colonization in fast forward. The island's soil develops at a rate scientists can measure year by year. They can literally watch dirt being born from rock, observe how plants and animals change an ecosystem just by existing in it. In Surtsey's short lifetime, researchers have documented ecological processes that usually take centuries or millennia to complete. There's no lighthouse on Surtsey. The island is too remote and too temporary to justify the expense. But sailors passing through these waters report something strange. On clear nights, the island seems to glow with a faint inner light. Scientists believe this is caused by bioluminescent bacteria in the volcanic soil, organisms that feed on the unusual chemistry of cooling lava. This ghostly glow makes Surtsey visible from miles away on dark nights, a beacon created not by human engineering, but by the intersection of geology and biology, of fire and life. Sailors who have seen this phenomenon describe it as otherworldly, like watching a star that fell into the ocean and decided to become an island instead. Here's what Surtsey teaches us about the nature of permanence. Nothing on Earth is truly permanent, but everything is part of larger cycles of creation and destruction that operate on timescales beyond human experience. Surtsey is both ancient and newborn, both growing and disappearing, both empty and full of life. The island reminds us that Earth is still actively creating itself, still writing new chapters in its geological story. While we go about our daily lives, our planet continues to reinvent itself through forces so powerful they can build islands from nothing, and so gentle they allow a single seed to take root in volcanic soil. Standing on a boat in the waters around Surtsey, the closest most of us will ever get to this protected laboratory. You're witnessing something that connects you to the very beginnings of our planet, to the moments when land first rose from the sea and life first colonized the barren shores of a young world. There is a place on Earth so dry that NASA uses it to test equipment for Mars, where some weather stations have never recorded rainfall, where the soil is so sterile that bacteria cannot survive. Yet every few years, when conditions align in ways that seem impossibly rare, this lifeless wasteland explodes into one of the most spectacular flower displays on Earth. Welcome to the Atacama Desert, where dormant seeds wait decades for their moment to bloom. You're standing now in the heart of the Atacama, in northern Chile, staring across a landscape that looks like it belongs on another planet. The ground beneath your feet is cracked and salted, painted in colors that have no names: rust red, sulfur yellow, bone white. Mountains rise in the distance like sleeping giants, their peaks dusted with snow that never melts because the air is too dry for it to fall as anything but ice crystals. This is officially the driest non-polar desert on Earth. Some areas of the Atacama receive no measurable precipitation for years at a time. There are places here where no rain has fallen in recorded human history. Weather stations that have operated for decades show years and years of zeros in their precipitation columns. The silence here is unlike anywhere else on Earth. With no vegetation to rustle, no insects to buzz, no water to flow, the Atacama offers a silence so complete, it becomes a presence unto itself. You can hear your own heartbeat, your own breathing, the whisper of wind across stones that may not have moved in centuries. But beneath this apparently lifeless surface lies one of nature's most patient secrets. Buried in the sterile soil are millions upon millions of seeds, some of them decades old, waiting for conditions that may not come in their lifetime, or their children's lifetime, or their grandchildren's lifetime. These aren't ordinary seeds. They're survival specialists, evolved over millions of years to endure conditions that would kill most life forms instantly. They can remain viable in soil temperatures that exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit. They can survive decades without water. Some can even endure the salt concentrations that make much of Atacama soil toxic to normal plants. Scientists have found seeds in the Atacama that were still viable after 20 years buried in soil, so dry it has negative humidity. These seeds have learned to enter a state of suspended animation so complete that time essentially stops for them. They're not quite alive and not quite dead. They're waiting. Here's the impossible thing that has to happen for the Atacama to bloom. A perfect storm of weather patterns that occurs roughly once every 5 to 10 years, sometimes longer. It starts with El Niño, the climate pattern that brings warm water to the normally cold Pacific Ocean off Chile's coast. This warm water evaporates more readily, creating clouds that normally wouldn't form. These clouds then have to travel inland over the coastal range mountains, which usually block all moisture from reaching the interior. But in extreme El Niño years, the weather systems are so powerful, they overwhelm the mountain's rain shadow effect. Then, the rain has to fall in exactly the right pattern, not too much at once, which would wash away the fragile seeds, but not too little, which wouldn't be enough to trigger germination. The timing has to be perfect too, arriving when soil temperatures are just right for dormant seeds to wake up. When these conditions finally align, something that seems like magic happens. Within days of the first substantial rainfall, the desert begins to change. It starts slowly, a hint of green in the cracks of dried earth, tiny shoots pushing through soil that has been sterile for years. Then, as if someone has thrown a switch, the entire desert explodes into bloom. Purple lupines carpet valleys that were empty just weeks before. Yellow desert marigolds stretch to the horizon in waves of gold. Pink and white desert lilies emerge from ground so dry it cracks like pottery. The phenomenon is called Desierto Florido, the flowering desert, and when it happens, it transforms one of the most lifeless places on Earth into one of the most beautiful. The contrast is so dramatic it seems like witnessing a resurrection, like watching the Earth remember what it means to be alive. When news spreads that the Atacama is blooming, something remarkable happens. People travel from around the world, to witness what many consider one of Earth's greatest natural spectacles. Hotels in the small desert towns fill up months in advance. Tour guides, who normally spend their time showing visitors ancient petroglyphs and abandoned mining towns, suddenly find themselves leading botanical expeditions. The crowds come not just because the sight is beautiful, but because they know they're witnessing something rare and precious. Many of the visitors are elderly people who joke that this might be their only chance to see the phenomenon in their lifetime. They stand in fields of flowers, taking photographs and crying, overwhelmed by the beauty of something they never expected to witness. Local children who have lived their entire lives in the desert sometimes see their first flower during these blooming events. They run through the fields laughing, picking bouquets that their parents preserve carefully, knowing these flowers represent years of waiting condensed into a few precious weeks. Here's the tragedy embedded in the miracle. The flowering of the Atacama is brief. The same extreme conditions that make blooming so rare also make it ephemeral. The desert flowers have evolved to complete their entire life cycle: germination, growth, blooming, and seed production in just a few weeks. As soon as the temporary moisture evaporates, the desert begins its return to dormancy. The flowers produce seeds frantically, racing against time to ensure the next generation is ready for whenever the next blooming might occur. Then they die, leaving behind only seeds scattered on the desert floor and the memory of their impossible beauty. Photographers and researchers race against this timeline, trying to document as much as possible before the desert reclaims its austere appearance. Time-lapse cameras capture the entire cycle, showing flowers that bloom and die in fast forward, like watching a life compressed into moments. During blooming years, the Atacama becomes a critical stop on one of the world's most remarkable migration routes. Hummingbirds that spend most of the year in other parts of South America somehow know when the desert is blooming and arrive just in time to take advantage of the nectar. These tiny birds travel hundreds of miles to reach flowers that exist for just a few weeks, navigating by instincts scientists are still trying to understand. They arrive thin and exhausted from their journey across the barren landscape, then gorge themselves on nectar from desert flowers, building up energy reserves for the next leg of their incredible journey. Local bird watchers speak of hummingbird clouds, flocks of dozens of these tiny birds moving through the flowering desert like living jewels, their wings catching the light as they move from bloom to bloom. When the flowers fade, the hummingbirds vanish as suddenly as they appeared, leaving the desert to its silence once again. In the heart of the Atacama stands one of the most remarkable plants on Earth, a massive cactus that scientists estimate to be over 1,000 years old. This ancient sentinel has witnessed dozens of flowering events, standing patient and unchanging, while the desert around it transforms and returns to dormancy again and again. During blooming years, this ancient cactus becomes surrounded by flowers that live for just weeks, creating a poignant contrast between the temporary and the enduring. The cactus serves as a kind of living calendar, marking the passage of decades with its slow growth, while the desert around it alternates between death and resurrection. Local indigenous people consider this cactus sacred, believing it holds the memory of every flowering the desert has experienced. They leave offerings at its base during blooming years, thanking it for witnessing and remembering the desert's cycles of renewal. Scientists studying the Atacama's blooming cycles have made a disturbing discovery. The intervals between flowering events seem to be growing longer. Climate change is altering the ocean currents and weather patterns that create the perfect conditions for blooming. Some researchers worry that the flowering desert might become even rarer, with decades passing between blooms instead of the traditional 5 to 10 years. This makes each flowering event even more precious, potentially representing not just a rare natural phenomenon, but an endangered one. The seeds waiting in the Atacama soil might face longer and longer waits between their chances for life, testing the limits of even their extraordinary patience. There's something profound about the Atacama's flowering that speaks to the human condition. In a world that often feels harsh and unforgiving, the desert reminds us that beauty and life can emerge from the most unlikely places, that patience can be rewarded in ways that seem miraculous. The seeds buried in the Atacama don't know if they'll ever get their chance to bloom. They simply wait, holding on to the possibility of life, trusting in cycles they cannot control or predict. When their moment finally comes, they don't hesitate. They bloom with everything they have, creating beauty so intense it takes your breath away. Here's what the Atacama teaches us about hope and patience. Sometimes the most beautiful things in life require the longest waits. The desert's flowers are so spectacular precisely because they are so rare, so precious, because they are so temporary. Standing in a field of Atacama flowers during a blooming year, surrounded by millions of blossoms that have waited years or decades for this moment, you're witnessing one of Earth's most powerful lessons about resilience, patience, and the unexpected places where beauty can flourish. The desert reminds us that dormancy is not death, that waiting is not giving up, and that sometimes the most barren-looking places hold the most extraordinary potential for transformation. In a world that moves faster and faster, the Atacama blooms teach us the power of patience, the beauty of perfect timing, and the miracle that can happen when we learn to wait for exactly the right moment to bloom. Now rest, knowing the earth still holds quiet mysteries, and some of them only reveal themselves when we slow down enough to listen. Tonight, you've traveled with me to 7 places that shouldn't exist, yet do. You've stepped through time in Kiribati, walked across 3 countries in a single minute, watched a lake that comes and goes like a dream, and stood in a town built from stardust. You've witnessed the birth of islands and walked through a desert that blooms with the patience of centuries. These places remind us that our planet is far stranger, more wonderful, and more mysterious than we often remember in our daily lives. They exist at the edges of the possible, in the spaces where geography becomes poetry, where the laws of science create magic, and where the ordinary world reveals its extraordinary secrets. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the image of seeds waiting in the Atacama for their moment to bloom, of underground rivers flowing beneath Arabian sands, of time itself bending around tiny islands in the Pacific. Remember that you live on a planet where the impossible happens every day, where new lands rise from the sea and ancient craters nurture modern communities. The earth is patient with our small understanding. It holds its secrets lightly, revealing them to those who take the time to look, to listen, to wonder at the beautiful strangeness of the world we call home. Sleep well, fellow travelers. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll still be living on the same remarkable planet, where time can be crossed on foot, where deserts remember how to bloom, and where every step you take is part of a larger story written in stone and water, wind and time. The echoes of the earth continue, even in our dreams,